neighborhood. Call me subwoofer, cause I pump.
MP, you are the straw that stirs the drink. Solid effort tonight on both ends. You let these guys like the baby, and you're going to stand there and watch. Let's keep this winning streak going.
Fans don't forget about our next fan giveaway day, where all attendees will receive a Kings mascot mini flag. Come on out to the game, bring your family, and get a Kings mascot mini flag.
What a look for some of the Kings players as they entered their building. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan along with Greg Anthony and Brent Berry. Marching our way, Brent, toward the end of the season. What are members of the front offices doing right now?
Well, rosters are set, Kevin. I mean, this is what you got. You're not going to add anybody else. There's no added shooting. You're not going to get the tough rebounder guy. You've got to dig in and understand and define the roles for what these guys can do for your team moving forward. You could be leaning on your starters more and playing them heavy minutes because you're seizing the opportunity to get into a position to play playoff basketball.
Now let's take a look at the Bulls' opening lineup. The guard set is Giddey and White. Vucevic is out there with Robinson. And it's good, 2 points.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
Yeah, APB sent out to try to find out where the defense is. Inexcusable.
Ellis finds DeRozan. Off target from outside. Giddey against Ellis. Out to White. Unloads. And Giddey gets it to go.
Giddey's shot continues to look like it's taking its strides.
And so Ellis will bring it up for the Sacramento Kings. Outside DeRozan takes a three, and he's good on the three ball.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Outside White. Inside. It's hauled in by the Kings.
We'll have a hard time shaking that one off. Perfect position, plenty of space, just clanked it.
Levine passes to Portis. And that comes off the assist by Levine.
Getting inside and letting Portis do his work. He attacked the bucket that time.
Greg, give us one word to describe Domantas Sabonis on the offensive end.
Kevin, I guess I'd say dominant, but that only scratches the surface. The way Sabonis drops dimes, hits shots, and controls the glass, dominant just doesn't even really begin to say enough.
Outside Levine. Some nice ball movement here by the Kings. Screen by Sabonis. Here's DeRozan. The layup off target. Bulls have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. And White kicks to Giddey. It's good for his second make. He's made 2 of 3 so far.
Giddey's intelligence grows by leaps and bounds game after game. Great vision and a nice rapid-fire decision.
DeRozan for 3. The shot misses.
He's not very hard to defend right now. This is when the defense might step back and let him try to find his range.
We're about 3 minutes into this first quarter. Down low. You can't get that one to fall. Nice D from Sabonis. Here's Levine. Scored the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
And over the years, Levine has put on the muscle, which helps him on those challenging finishes at the rim.
And the timeout called here by Billy Donovan. He wants to talk to his guys. Just a quick look now at how the point totals have looked over the last several months for Domantas Sabonis.
It's been surprising to me to see him take a little bit of a tumble lately in terms of what he's doing for them offensively. The points just haven't been there for him like they were a few months back. The defenses he's facing have adjusted to him, and he hasn't been able to make his own adjustments.
On the wing, Levine. Good. And it's DeRozan picking up the assist. Levine's got 6.
Good touch on the interior. Levine really crafty at figuring out ways to create space down low.
Got that one up quick. Sacramento's gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Sabonis' screen on White. To the inside. And the slam dunk by Sabonis.
And Sabonis just rolling off that pick, ready to make any kind of play.
Robinson kicks to White. On the wing, Giddey. Banked in off the glass. 9 points in the game so far.
And their post play has been really solid right off the bat.
And Zoelos will bring it up for the King. Tough loss coming against Cleveland in their last game played.
And that was a game to forget. You'd like to find some teachable moments, but I think they'd like to just turn the page and move forward.
Yeah, and quick. Like as quick as possible. That was a dismal showing, especially for them at the offensive end.
Outside, White lets it go from deep. Another 3 for Chicago.
Nice answer back there. Love to see the competitiveness.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance. Time for some consideration in the passing category, maybe, Kevin. The shot is just not on. Get somebody else going.
And slam dunk by Vucevic.
And using every bit of that large frame for the exclamation point. Vucevic, a force around the rim.
Portis a screen on Giddey. Giddey against Levine. Offline with his 3.
He's not the guy that you want to give a wide open look from three-point range. They're lucky that that one doesn't cost them.
I mean, a 6'8 playmaker. Giddey is a point forward, and he piles up the assist.
Ellis outside. Pass to Sabonis. Lock at 6. A wide open look here for DeRozan. Cans it from downtown. DeRozan's got a couple of threes now in the first with the Kings. Chicago's gone 2 of 2 from three-point range here in the first quarter. Hey, Greg, one thing that the Kings have had work for them over the last few seasons is their depth.
And have made some shrewd moves to fill out their bench. Got great contributions from their 6 through 10 players. It's been a big part of their recent success.
DeRozan, Chicago grabs the miss. They come into this having outplayed Phoenix the last game.
Mental toughness on the road. The arena was rocking, but they just got down to business and never let up.
Impressive to see them on the road just step up and have that kind of offensive performance.
Here's Ellis. Scoreless thus far. Levine for 3. That's no good, and he's 3 for 5. The Bulls leading by 3. Vucevic, the pass to Giddey. The shot's good on the assist by Vucevic.
Oh, great ball movement there.
Here's Levine. His last outing, 16 points for him. Driving to the basket. Outside Portis. And a miss there on the triple. Shoots. Another one falls for Chicago.
And right now, they're just focused on putting together good possessions.
That's exactly how they got the lead. They ended up having multiple possessions in a row with good quality shots, knocked them down, and the game is fully in their control.
So the Kings call timeout. They're first. for Chicago. Ends up going with the new group. Here is the 2K leaderboard. In the season's second half, these teams have been really passing the ball well. Number 1, the Bulls.
Clearly, this group's on the same page.
Some changes here for the Kings. Jonas Valanciunas, he's checked in for Sabonis. And it's Ellis in for Lyles. Quarter number 2. We're about a minute in. We've got Ellis. Keegan Murray is out there with Jonas Valanciunas. Then it's Zach LaVine. And it's LaRavia in at the small forward position. That's the 5 out there for the Kings. Pass to Williams. On the wing, Giddey. He's guarded by Ellis. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game. Chicago leading by 5. Giddey, the pass to Williams. Shoots. And it's LaRavia with the rebound. For Sacramento, they've gone 2 of 5 from the field here in the second quarter, shooting 40%. Into the Bulls, shooting 61% from the field, showing some marvelous touch out there. On the wing, Giddey. And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. Stolen away. And here's Ellis from beyond the arc. Drills the three-pointer. Ellis has got his second bucket of the night.
That's one of the best three-point shooters. You got to try to scramble the Jets right here and get that guy off the sweet spot.
Out to White. Puts up a 3. That one falls through. It's his 6th make from the floor this game. Now 6 for 10.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line. And I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
Well, we've seen that movie a few times, haven't we? An easy bucket in the paint.
In 2023, and Brent, you and I remember this, Keegan Murray set an NBA record with 11 consecutive threes in one game.
What an unbelievable night to witness that kind of consistency and a guy locked in like that. I mean, that's different, and it speaks to Murray's focus. But this guy has so much more to contribute to a team and room to grow. That night was special, Kevin.
Very little resistance against that throwdown.
Nope, not what they want to see in a game this close, Greg.
On one side, inspiration. On the other, devastation.
Sabonis, he's checked in for Sacramento. Vucevic checked in for the Bulls.
Trying to get more comfortable from deep. Giddey looking solid on that one from 3.
The Kings trail by 4. LaVine feeling it out a bit. It's stolen by White. To the middle. The shot from the low post is good. 16 points for him.
All the way to the bucket. No resistance. Just swipe the candy from him.
Ellis kicks to Murray. Bean passes to LaRavia. Off target from three-point range.
And they continue to control the glass.
Pass to Robinson. On the wing, Giddey. On the wing, Giddey. It's White on the wing. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
And you have got to honor White on the perimeter. Once he gets comfortable from there, it's going to be bad news for the defense.
Here's LaRavia. Murray outside. To halt the run. Nailed from three-point land. Murray's got 5 points now in the quarter.
That's pretty much not how they want to defend the three-point line. Somebody's got to shadow him out there.
Pass to Giddey. Launches it. Sinks the three-pointer. Giddey's got the lead up to 9 now for the Bulls.
All these threes they're giving up have really been the driving force on this run.
White against LaVine. Here's LaRavia. Shot clock at 6. There's Sabonis. A shot off that time. The Bulls leading by 9. It's up a 3. Another three for Chicago.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
Yeah, the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
Well, Chicago has gotten all but one of the three-pointers to go down in this game. They've gone 7 of 8 so far. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
That's a dozen straight points coming off the triple.
And Zoelos will bring it up for Sacramento. Next up on the docket, the Bucks following this one. Pass to Murray. Launches a three. And it's Chicago with the rebound. Vucevic has got his 5th rebound in this one.
Well, they've been better than good on the glass today, and there is a glaring discrepancy between these two teams in that area.
No good, and he's missed half of his 14 field goal attempts. The Kings trail by 15. Here's LaRavia. Again, the miss by the Kings.
With him struggling tonight, they need to find some other options out there to keep themselves in the game.
Got that bucket in no time at all. Giddey's got 16.
Their 3rd three-pointer in a row.
Now a timeout called by Sacramento. Check in for Sacramento. DeMar DeRozan comes in for Zach LaVine. Chicago also making some changes. Collins checked in for Robinson. Dosunmu comes in for White. And Trey Jones subbed in for Josh Giddey. Brent, one thing we've seen these days, three-point variance. Can you explain it?
Well, Kevin, who's hot and who's not? That's basically what it comes down to. Look, coaches are going to have strategies against teams. A lot of teams are taking a lot more threes, but on a night where they are knocking down shots that you're willing to live with, that's when you just tip the cap, take the loss, and move on.
To the paint. Makes that one fall. It's his 8th bucket in 15 shot attempts.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
From the arc. Vucevic with the rebound. Vucevic has got 6 rebounds in the game. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Thank you, Kevin. The game is certainly going international. Commissioner Adam Silver says, with basketball's exponential growth, it's now truly a global game. We're fortunate that the very best in the world want to play in a single league. And Kevin, the NBA continues to draw talent from all corners of the globe.
And David, you've been all over the globe, and the talent level undeniable. Murray with the defensive effort. The Kings trail by 15. Over in the corner, Ellis. No good from outside. The Bulls shooting 64%. Beautiful all-around play by this offense. Down low.
And really the defense fouling there to prevent the layup, but that's exactly what you need to do.
And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Bulls.
Straight away, they've opened things up offensively with skillful passing, running smart plays, and just setting guys up
for success.
Well, I like that they've also emphasized the three-point line. That's a big difference maker.
The first free throw is good. Some changes for Sacramento. Portis comes in for Lyles, and Levine subbed in for Murray. And so Jones nails both of them. Concludes the first half. Bulls lead by 14. Live from Golden One Center, you're watching 2K Sports.
61.
Good to have you with us. With the season in its latter portion, let's look at the Eastern Conference playoff race.
Looking at the Bulls sitting in first place, they've taken care of business. But the playoffs fast approaching. They're where they need to be.
And we'll see how that home court advantage translates down the stretch. And now, how about that first half? Talk about a dominating display for the Bulls.
This is the kind of selfless effort you love to see. They bought into the game plan. They're moving the ball around, playing for one another, guys.
That coaching staff has to be thrilled with what they've seen so far. And that is a wrap. Now let's send you back to Kevin Harlan for the start of the third quarter.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. And so Levine will bring it up now for the Sacramento Kings. And on the floor for Billy Donovan as we get into the second half. The guard set is Giddey and White. Vucevic is out there with Mitchell Robinson. DeRozan surveying the D. Shot clock at 5. And the layup's good off the glass. DeRozan's got 13.
So determined is DeRozan as he has piled up a ton of points in this league.
Now in the later stages of his career, Greg, DeMar DeRozan continues to be a master from the mid-range.
Kevin, we all know he loves that area of the floor. And what makes him so effective, the footwork. He's so good at backing guys down and creating space to get that jumper off.
DeRozan driving the lane, and Vucevic pulls it down.
And trying to come up with the highlight reel finish, somebody forgot to finish it.
Bulls moving the ball around. Missed inside. The Kings trail by 14. Bean passes to Sabonis. Out to DeRozan. There's the triple. That doesn't go either for DeRozan. Greg, their unselfish play has really been impressive.
They're trusting one another out there, wanting to get each other involved. This is great basketball.
Pass to White. From past the arc, hits the three-point bomb. 14 points for him.
Bottom line, you need shooters on your team who can space the floor.
No, there's no doubt he's a legitimate threat from downtown, and he's demonstrating that in this game.
Outside DeRozan. And a missed layup.
Yeah, they're going to try to search out for somebody that's got a hot hand right now. 1 of 4 to start the half.
Took the opportunity when he saw it. 22 points for him.
And a solid playmaker. White has a great sense for when he should look to give it up.
Looking to end the run, and the basket by DeRozan.
Well, that's one way he can finish, but far from the only way he gets it done. He's got all kinds of tricks up his sleeve.
And Billy Donovan decides to call timeout. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Bulls leading by 17. Shoots a three. Rebounded by Ellis. Ellis has got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Here's Levine. Yes, and it's Ellis picking up the assist. Ellis has got 4 assists in the game.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close range.
To the inside. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And just running the offense, White's that new breed of combo guard who can do a little bit of everything.
And DeRozan kicks to Ellis. Outside, Levine. Out to DeRozan from downtown. Cranes it from beyond the arc. DeRozan's got 18 points in the game.
There you go. That's the stroke we saw in the first half.
Giddey the pass to Vucevic. Inside. Lays it up and banks it in. And the Bulls lead by 16.
And that's right where they wanted to go with the ball in rhythm.
Pass to Sabonis. The shot, no good. Great D that time from Vucevic. Chicago leading by 16. Here's White. Rebounded by Ellis. Ellis has got his 5th rebound in this one. Pass to DeRozan. Second chance shot. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. DeRozan's got 9 points in the quarter.
Boy, DeRozan, he is on it right now and has been all night.
Trying his luck from deep. Sacramento grabs the miss. Sabonis has got 4 rebounds in this game. Ellis kicks to Levine. Over Giddey. Not enough on that one as it misses.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that one.
Over to the wing. Fires from deep. Sacramento grabs the miss. Sabonis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. DeRozan passes to Ellis. Portis sets the pick for Levine. Back to Ellis. Outside, Sabonis. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. That one on Vucevic.
And Sabonis, really a wrecking ball as a player. Loves to get that kind of contact.
These are his 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
And up to this point on the season, he's set a pace of right around 73% when he gets to the line.
Free throw good. Sabonis. Brent, Domantas Sabonis is truly a player you can run an offense through.
Yeah, he's a guy that you can basically put anywhere on the floor, and all of a sudden good things are going to happen, whether he's playing out of the post and dealing with double teams, or he's at the top of the key, able to read the defense using.
Changes here for the Kings. Jonas Valanciunas, he's checked in for Sabonis. And it's Ellis in for Bobby Portis. .20 seconds left to play here in the 3rd. Now here's Ellis. He's got 5. Valanciunas with a screen on Jones. Ellis, the pass to DeRozan with 1 on the clock. And the last second attempt doesn't fall. And so it's the Chicago Bulls looking at a 13-point lead heading into the next quarter.
Help, mismatch.
And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, a great job with the eyes. And what separates great playmakers, as we note, is peripheral vision.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. They've got Sabonis. Keegan Murray is out there with Trey Lyons. Then it's Ellis. And it's LaRavia in at the 2 spot. That's the 5 out there for the Kings. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for the Bulls.
I like this throwback approach they're taking, looking to score high percentage shots in the paint. And so far, it's working.
I feel like another part of tonight's game has been the hustle points, getting up and down, getting second chances, getting transition opportunities. They've been fantastic in that area.
The edge on the glass is the difference. It's allowed them to build this lead.
Robinson passes to Herter. Now Giddey to the middle. Takes the assist and lays it in. Picked out the pass nicely. He has 29.
Not getting old here. Seeing him make that lead pass with perfect timing.
Sabonis' screen on Giddey. Pass to Murray. Latrey. And Vucevic pulls it down. Vucevic has got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. Back to Giddey. To the wing right side. Some nice ball movement by the Bulls. That shot no good. And so it's Murray with it. He brings it up with the Kings. Gets it to drop, and now he's shooting at a 5 for 8 clip.
You know, if you're only looking at the way he's played offensively, you think his team would have the lead.
And here's Herter. The 3. Knocks down the 3 ball.
And perimeter scoring, I have to imagine it was a topic of discussion at halftime.
Maybe trying to find a little bit more space and ball movement to get guys open at the 3-point line.
Here's Murray. Good, and the assist goes to Ellis. Ellis has got 5 assists tonight.
And look at the inside presence already for Murray. It'll be fun to watch this young man grow.
Kobe White, he's checked in for the Bulls. The Bulls leading by 15. Pass to Giddey. To the paint. Takes it into the teeth of the D and converts the layup.
Smart read from Giddey, just trying to involve his teammates.
Ellis with it. And it's Lyles in the corner. Here's LaRavia. Lyles passes to Ellis. Just 5 on the clock. Sabonis kicks to Lyles. A 3-pointer, no good.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
And Giddey gets it to go.
Well, that elite passing ability, Giddey has the defense on its heels and gives him space to operate in the mid-range.
And the foul called on Josh Giddey. That is his first foul of the game. The Kings making a switch here. Portis is checked in. Jalen Smith, he's checked in for the Bulls. Sabonis, the pass to Ellis.
Get the perimeter.
Sabonis against Vucevic. Wide open look here for Murray. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Murray's got 7 points for the quarter.
Watch out. Now that he's got his first 3 of the half, there may be more in store.
Murray with the defensive effort. The Kings trail by 16. Outside Portis. Over in the corner, Ellis. Outside Portis. Takes the 3. No good that time.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Out to the right wing. From beyond the arc. Sacramento grabs the miss. Ellis outside. Pass to Sabonis. Back to Ellis. Right side, Portis. Ellis outside. Now Murray. 5 to shoot. Lets it go with the 3. And there's Ellis. That's good on the assist by Sabonis. Sabonis has got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. He tries for three. It's rebounded by Portis.
You could see he wanted to get him back. Sadly, he couldn't capitalize from outside the arc.
Moravia passes to Portis. Ellis outside. Here's Murray. Off the mark for the fourth time this game. He is 7 for 11 now. Giddey finds Smith. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact. And here's a look at what's coming up for the Kings. On Saturday, they'll be matching up against Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks. And then on Monday, they'll be matching up with Al Horford and the Boston Celtics.
And for that game against the Trailblazers, this is one where it would take a complete meltdown for them not to come away with the win. Anything can happen, but I'd be shocked if they don't come out on top.
Levine kicks to Portis. Pass to Valanciunas. Outside for Murray. No good on the three.
Not sure how he finds himself. It's so much space there. He's kicking himself for whiffing a bit on that one.
On the wing, Giddey. Defended by Portis. And he uses the glass on the layup. He's got 34.
Excellent play. Just adding fuel to the fire and really trying to put this one out of reach.
This is what great players try to do. They're not allowing the opposition to gain any kind of hope to try and get back in the game.
Outside, Levine drains the three-pointer.
Yeah, those are starting to add up, guys. Of their last 5 baskets, 3 have been triples.
Outside, White. To the inside. Second shot opportunity, and good that time. And the Bulls lead by 15.
And physically, there's no doubt they've been the stronger team. A plus 10 rebound advantage tells you all you need to know.
Here's DeRozan. It's all in by the Bulls. And when this game is done with, they'll be off to Los Angeles, taking on the Lakers. And they're playing through a string of road games. That will be game 5 of the 6 on the road.
And certainly, they are not hesitating, letting it fly from deep here in the second half.
Beyond the arc. Rebound by Smith. Chicago leading by 18. Tries again, and got it! Another basket.
Well, he's gone up to 40 as he continues to just dominate.
You're right. We knew he had a shot at it tonight. He is now tied for 3rd for the most 40-point games in a season.
And you can put him in the same breath as Michael Jordan. They both can say they had 37 games of 40 or more.
Catching up on the changes for Sacramento. Sabonis, he's checked in for Jonas Valanciunas, and it's Ellison for Keegan Murray. Sabonis, the pass to Levine. Again, the miss by the Kings. And here are the Bulls now. They're on an 11-3 run right now. Wasted no time on that shot, but it's off the mark. And here's Levine, who brings it up for the Sacramento Kings. Left side, Portis. Down low. It's tipped. DeRozan's shot is good. DeRozan's got 16 here in the second half.
Getting aggressive inside. DeRozan refuses to waste that opportunity.
He gets that one.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
Yeah, feels like Christmas right now, just gift wrapping points.
Robinson pulls it in. Robinson's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. A quick shot there, and it's off target. The Kings trail by 21. It's DeRozan with the drive. And finished off by DeRozan.
Yeah, that's one way to get back into this game. Keep getting him the ball and let him make the shots.
And finished off by Collins.
Good job attacking the rim right there from the big man, Collins.
Here's Levine. Pass to DeRozan. Brent is a guy who has played with winning teams, been in terrific cultures, and currently in one with the Spurs. What do you think is more important, team culture or raw talent?
Well, I believe in the culture carrying teams to a championship, but you can't do that without talent. So it's got to be a blend of both, Kevin, in order for your team to perform at its highest level. Culture comes first.
And this is going to end in a lopsided victory. I love the tenacity and aggressiveness as well as the ability to close. You really got to give it up here for the Bulls.
Tonight, they did a great job of getting everyone involved. They had the good passing, and that led to some open shots.
Solid play, definitely, Kevin.
And the one thing that stood out about these guys all season long, their resiliency to come out and play hard and win games. We've watched some epic battles that they've played, and tonight will mark their 64th win in the year. Something else.
And so they win their first game against this squad. It's a 2-game season series, and they'll be going for the sweep the next time they face off.
Here's DeRozan. And it's Chicago with the rebound. We've got 28 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Three-pointer on the way. That shot off the mark. Sacramento with the ball.
Chicago foul. Number 26. First personal foul. Second team foul. Substituting on the court.
Giddey against Crowder. To the left wing. Deflects the pass. Stolen by Collins. Three-pointer. And so Chicago takes this one, and by a big margin. A resounding victory for them. And Greg in enemy territory, no less.
That's exactly right. But with the way they controlled the game and just completely took the crowd out of it, that's how to get it done on the road.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Brent Barry, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan, along with our 2K Sports crew, thanking you for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
They really thought they had a chance tonight.
They talk the talk, but you walk the walk. Yo, I think I just saw Jack Nicholson. Can you get me an autograph?
The other team's already worried about stopping you, MP.
Game time, MP.
Association and the Los Angeles Lakers are committed to a safe and enjoyable sports experience. We therefore ask you to refrain from any disruptive
behavior. A quick peek into the locker room as the players get set for the game ahead, looking to make a big splash here tonight. Hola and welcome to Noche Latina, an NBA celebration of Latin heritage. We're proud to bring it to you. On paper, Clark, this is a mismatch, but the game is played on the floor.
I see where you're going with that, B.A., but I look at the talent disparity between these teams. It's wide and deep. It's a chasm. I see no opportunity for any kind of surprise here.
Chicago with the ball. So let's take a look at the Chicago Bulls starting lineup. Gideon White pair to make the backcourt. Mitchell Robinson is out there with Nikola Vucevic. Tries again, and that's 2 points on the layup.
And that gets us rolling. Whew. What a tremendous atmosphere in here tonight. Boy, I tell you, you're right. You can feel this one looking like it's going to be a tight one throughout.
And time now to go courtside with Allie LaForce for a report on MP.
All season, we've seen MP and Luka Doncic turn in great performance after great performance. I asked MP what we can expect from him and Doncic tonight, and he said, we're going to get after it. They run pretty much everything through Luka, and for us to win, I need to be able to be the engine for our team as well. 2 MVP candidates will be the focal points tonight.
They've both been on fire all season long, Allie. Thanks for that. Outside Vanderbilt. Back to Reeves. It's hauled in by White. The Bulls have gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Here's Giddey. And the first shot of the night for him, missing.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again. But, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
You're pushing the pace. Giddey using some speed to get his shot.
Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. And it's James with the jam.
The BA, when he gets the rim in his sights, it's tough to stop.
So aggressive and a determined finisher. Nice.
And, guys, I like the fact that he chose the one-hand tomahawk slam because you get a little higher when you go off one hand and one foot.
Brad, how about that in-season tournament win for the Lakers in 2024?
Yeah, honestly, it just makes sense that the first of those trophies would land with a historic franchise like the Lakers. All alone from mid-range. You've got to think he's kicking himself.
White for three. And again, it's Chicago with a three.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Doncic outside. Now Hayes taking a look at his production, averaging just over 8 points a game. Outside Reeves from behind the arc. And it's Chicago with a board.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Outside Robinson. To the paint. Here's Vucevic. Again, the Bulls score.
And what's working here? Each guy is willing to make the next pass.
Outside Vanderbilt. And we're approaching about 3.5 minutes played in this first quarter. Pass to Reeves. Shot clock at 6. The three, James. And again for three.
And he's hit thousands of threes in the league. Oh, my.
Inching closer to 5th place on the career triples list. And the layup falls. 9 points in the game.
Their offense looking like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, shots falling, off to a very good start offensively as a result.
White against Reeves. Outside Vanderbilt. From the arc. It's hauled in by White.
That's a look he couldn't pass up. He just couldn't get it to go.
Inside. Pass to Giddey. Vucevic, a screen on Doncic. From deep, Giddey. Vanderbilt pulls it in. Lakers trail by 6. Doncic on the wing. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Nice work from Doncic. Doing a good job finding a way to get it done inside.
Down low. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. They're coming off a win against the Nuggets.
Talk about strong offensive production. They went out, played to their strengths, and were successful as a result.
Yeah, you know, not deviating from the game plan is critical. You've got to trust in the system.
Count that one.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for Los Angeles. Trailing by 4. James against White. The 15-footer. The shot by James. No good.
Boy, that's got to be terribly frustrating there. I mean, with the defense not hustling and he still misses, boy, he wishes he had that one back.
Oh, trying his luck from deep. It's Hayes with the rebound. The Lakers have got half their attempts to go. 6 of 12. Doncic outside. Pass to Hayes. Outside Vanderbilt. The 3 is up. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Chicago leading by 4. Right side Robinson. Here's Giddey. From deep. Drains the triple. Giddey's got 5 points.
And excellent perimeter offense so far. Their shooters are clearly in a great rhythm.
It really makes them a hard team to guard because they space you out so well.
Giddey against Doncic. Misses the layup.
Well, you know, stopping him is never easy to do, but the defense was strong there.
Vanderbilt against White. The three ball. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
And this defense needs to turn the screws and ramp up the intensity. They're looking a little loose out there right now.
Yeah, they've got to do a little more to disrupt their offensive rhythm, too.
White against Reeves. Vanderbilt, a screen on White. Reeves. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. Kobe White picks one up.
Reeves went from undrafted to being a starting caliber player in this league. You do not see that often.
Take a break. Take a break.
Taking 2 shots.
The first one falls. Bulls leading by 15. On the court right now, second quarter for the Bulls. Williams and Vucevic are inside. Kobe White out there with Trey Jones.
Balanced play has given them the lead and also quieted this crowd.
Yeah, you said the key word there, balanced. I mean, their big lead owes as much to their defense as their offense.
Hachimura in the post. Williams defending, and it's Hachimura missing.
And right now, they're +8 in the rebounding category. That's helping them run away with this.
Yeah, double-digit advantage on the scoreboard. They've taken the initiative. They've played, I think, with more purpose so far.
Here's Goodwin. Uses the glass on the layup. Goodwin's gotten his second bucket on the night.
Just too good a player to leave open.
Outside, Williams. He tries for 3 and score it. That now makes him 7 for 11 in this game.
The assist numbers certainly stand out. They've really emphasized ball movement here today.
Clearly just an example of a different mindset between these teams.
Bulls leading by 18. Williams on the wing. Outside White. The 3 is up. Can't hit that one. Los Angeles has gone 4 of 9 so far from the perimeter. Goodwin off target from 3-point range. Chicago has gotten 6 of 11 threes to go in this game. On the wing, Jones. Pass to Williams. And here's Jones from downtown. Perfect night so far, 2 for 2.
They're getting torched on the perimeter. 4 of the last 5 buckets have been threes.
It's hard for me to watch this. I mean, the defense practically giving them those shots.
From deep, Reeves on target from range. Reeves has got 10.
Coming right back with his own. Austin Reeves with the confident response.
To the middle. Outside White. To the inside. That one's good. He's now 8 for 13.
They're punishing those late defensive rotations, getting good looks inside throughout the half.
And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second. Pass to Finney-Smith. Now here's Reeves, defended by Jones. Reeves, the pass to Hachimura. And here's Connect outside. And it's Chicago with a board.
You have to credit their effort. I mean, they've done an amazing job on the glass.
And it's been a well-rounded performance. I mean, strong rebounding has certainly been at the center of it, but it's been good on a number of levels.
White on the wing, launches it. Oh, and he can't make that one. 2 for 3 now. His first miss. Lakers trail by 20. Has to connect. Back to Reeves. And in the second quarter, a little under 3.5 minutes played already. Here's Hachimura, and it's slammed in by Hachimura.
That is big time by Hachimura. No mercy at all.
Jones, the pass to Williams. White on the wing. Three-pointer. And it falls for him. He's hit 3 of his first 4 attempts.
He's picking up right where he left off in the first quarter.
Well, the last time the Bulls won a playoff series was back in 2015, Grant.
That was back when Butler and Rose were their leading scorers. And it just shows you just how long it's been. But they've been stuck in mediocrity ever since. And right now, they are desperate for a breakthrough season.
Right side Jones takes a 3. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
He's been playing great unselfish basketball, really putting the rock in the hands of the right shooters.
He is delivering a lot of room service dimes tonight. One sweet one after another.
And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. He wants to review the game plan. He's checked in for Chicago. Giddey comes in for Jones. As we head towards the playoffs, let's see where the Eastern Conference standings sit. You look at Chicago, they're in the pole position right now for the top seed in the conference.
When I look at Chicago, I recall them having a lot of naysayers at the start of the season, but now they may not have any. This team is ready for a deep playoff run.
They do have the pieces in place for a title run, but the competition in the playoffs will be stiff.
And the layup is good off the glass. Give him 20.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Boy, the defense looks shell-shocked. I mean, they're on the ropes right now, on their heels.
Back to Doncic. The fadeaway. And there's James on the assist by Doncic. Doncic has got 4 assists now tonight.
Boy, he's doing everything he can. At this point, the rest of his teammates need to step up and give him some help.
And it's going to be a goaltending call here, so they will count the bucket.
Good hustle right there. I love that effort. Just a little late in the act.
And the Lakers making a change here. Goodwin's checked in. And a change for the Bulls. Collins checked in. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Hey, Brian, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver is highly encouraged by the growth of the game. He said, in addition to being the fastest growing sport in the world, we are the #1 participation team sport in the United States. Boys and girls are playing basketball in record numbers. Love to hear it, Brian.
No doubt. The game's in a great place right now, Allie. Thank you. Right wing. Back to Collins, to the right side. Pass to Giddey. Oh, he tries a 3. He buries it from 3.
Lackluster defense, showing no desire to chase shooters off that line.
And those triples, they sure do add up quickly, don't they? I mean, they've got to make some kind of adjustment here.
Vanderbilt, the pass to James. A rare miss for him.
And they're up considerably because of their efforts on the glass.
Yeah, rebounding has been a big key in this one. They've asserted their will and have taken control on the glass.
The three-point shot has been his weapon of choice this quarter.
And here's Doncic. He'll bring it up for Los Angeles. And going against Chicago, their first meeting of the year.
These teams were similar last year, both in how they treated this head-to-head matchup and where they finished in the standings.
Yeah, this is really tight. I mean, it's splitting hairs when you talk about these teams. You get the feeling if they played 10 games, each side would win 5.
Screen by Robinson. Outside Giddey. Well, Grant, when the money's on the line, the mid-range is still a big part of the elite player's game.
You're right, B.A. And really, it comes down to touch, obviously. And size certainly helps. And then the savvy and balance to create that space.
Doncic passes to Goodwin. Back to Doncic. 11 feet out. That one's off. He's 1 for 6.
He's been ice cold tonight. And, you know, you look at the scoreboard, guys, they really could have used his contributions.
Pass to Giddey. Over to the wing. Here's Collins. Rebound, the Lakers. Here's Goodwin. 8 points in his last timeout. Another miss by Doncic.
Boy, they dodged one there, guys. I mean, he got the wide open look that he wanted, just didn't knock it down.
Robinson with it. White for three. Knocks down the triple. White's got 12 points in the game.
That's 3 in a row from out there now, so they've got to do a better job contesting.
Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
Here's James. And counted from 12 feet. He's got 18. Here's Giddey. He's got 5. Down low. And it's in there.
He's been shooting with great consistency tonight. Love to see that confident play on offense.
Doncic passes to Vanderbilt.
Stay there.
James outside. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Clark, what's incredible about LeBron? He makes as big of an impact off the court as he does on it.
B.A., I think it's going to be one of the great case studies when he's all done playing, how he's impacted the game and uplifted people across the country and world. He's a tremendous advocate for social justice. He's obviously a shrewd and successful businessman, and he's been a vocal leader who also leads by example. He's actually epitomizing the change he'd like to see in other folks and inspiring along the way.
Hayes is checked in for Los Angeles. Reeves comes in for Goodwin. From deep, Giddey. Another 3 for Chicago.
Hard to win games when you allow clean looks from the perimeter.
You're exactly right. I mean, those come back to bite you every time, just like it's biting them now.
Here's Hayes. The shot no good. Collins with the defensive effort. The Bulls shooting the ball incredibly well tonight. 73% from the floor. Dosunmu for 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. And that starts a 4-game road trip for them. Back to James. Pass to Vanderbilt. Now Hayes puts up a 3. And it's Dosunmu with the rebound. Now Giddey. Now here's Dosunmu. Robinson on the wing. Here's the 3. No luck on that one. And through the first half, a pretty lopsided affair. It's the Bulls delivering the blowout. And we'll be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. See you in just a bit.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot in the elite. They're measuring up the shot.
Ernie Johnson here with Kenny the Jet and the Big Diesel, Shaquille O'Neal. How about we start out with the Western Conference?
Check it out, Los Angeles. They've clearly taken a step back as a franchise. You hate to see that. Something isn't right with this team. I don't know if it's personnel, the coaching.
Now we'll take a look back at that first half. What an all-around performance it was for the Bulls.
They're going to the arc.
That does it for halftime. Let's get back to game action. Here's Brian Anderson with the start of the third quarter.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it's been a runaway. Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Hayes is out there with Jared Vanderbilt. And it's Doncic in at the point. That's the Laker 5. White Good.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor space.
And you know what? It's all about the long distance game for him tonight. He's getting it done from out there.
The shot by Reeves, no good. And so here is Chicago. Up top, Vucevic. It's Hayes with the rebound.
That's their plan, to get him an opportunity to finish in tight. That's a miss they can live with.
And Vanderbilt slams it in.
Luke was so smart to get other guys involved in the action. Very good at not forcing it and trying to do everything himself.
It's stolen by James. Now the Lakers moving it up. And here's Doncic outside. Chicago with a rebound.
You kind of wonder where his head's at. The shot selection hasn't been there. And, of course, that one was just crazy.
For Los Angeles, they've gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. Robinson with the block. And that's out of bounds. The Lakers will retain possession. And you got to be in awe of incredible defensive efforts like this.
Superb anticipation on that rejection, and that'll allow them to stay on the lead if they keep defending like that.
Doncic on the wing. Giddey defends. Oh, nice shot by Doncic.
You know, as I watch Doncic, I think it's futile to try to distract this guy. His focus and concentration and control of himself is excellent.
And once again, off the mark by Chicago.
This isn't how they wanted to start the second half. Only 1 of 4.
Takes the 3. Sends it home from three-point land. Doncic has got 5 points now this quarter.
You know, guys, you look at Doncic, and he has really good size for a wing, which helps him have his way against most defenders.
And it's good. 2 points.
Well, he's just zoned in. I mean, in most cases, taking quality shots very much within the flow of the offense.
Now here's Doncic. He has 7. Out to James. Three-pointer, no good.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
And when you look at the Lakers, a lot has happened since their championship run in 2020, Clark.
Yeah, it really has, B.A., and I think some of it you have to attribute it to a significant amount of roster turnover. And then you pair that with coaching changes. One of the keys to being successful in anything and at any level and in the NBA, stability, continuity. You've got to have it with your executive management team, coaches, and players. And they've not had that, so the consistency has been hard to find.
Out of bounds. It'll be Bulls ball.
That's just another mistake. I mean, they've got...
Substitution on the court. Minutes remaining.
Inside.
2 minutes.
All right, guys, what do you think so far on the offensive approach for the Bulls?
Well, you know, throughout this game, they've shot the ball extremely well from downtown. Their shooters are getting open and letting it fly.
Well, in addition, I love their passing. I mean, they're buying into that team concept. That's hard to get out of your young guys.
And Reeves has got the ball here for the Lakers. Pass to Doncic. They need this. Knocks down the long jam. Doncic has got 17.
Yeah, the first half was 1 to deep 6 or forget. But in the second half, he's looked a lot better.
Second chance shot. And the layup is up and in.
And there he is. I mean, attacking the boards, converting off the misses. I mean, trying to do everything he can to secure this W.
Well, he enjoys deflating the opposition with those extra possessions.
This is his second trip to the line in the game.
In their previous game, he simply couldn't miss from the line.
Splashed them one after another. It really was quite a display from the stripe. You know, one thing about getting going at the free throw line like he has this season, it can continue to carry over.
Goodwin's checked in for Doncic. And so Reeves nails both of them. Chicago has got 4 of 8 attempts to fall from deep here in the third quarter. Pass to Smith. Now Giddey. Here's DeSumo. This one for three. Count that one. He's now 5 for 8.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
Here's Hachimura. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. That's on Jalen Smith.
Strong take by Hachimura. He is built to do damage in there.
Clark, Hachimura has always been a monster with his strength. He knows how to use his frame.
He sure does, and he has an ample frame, B.A. And working out with LeBron during the summer and training certainly hasn't hurt him in that regard. He knows how to use his body, but he's also become a pretty reliable three-point shooter and all-around scorer.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
Boy, it's been a three-point barrage. They came out gunning and have not stopped.
Here's Goodwin. He's got 5. Shot clock at 5. The jump hook. And he gets it to go off the front iron. Hachimura's got 10 points.
They just aren't attacking from the perimeter like they did in that first half, and I think that's part of the problem right now.
And the shot's good.
Pulling no punches, attacking the heart of that defense.
Outside Reeves. And no good. Trying to get that one to fall. And so it's Chicago. And they're up an insane amount going into the break. It hasn't taken them too many shots to get their points. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist to the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Served him up a tasty room service dime right there, boy.
Making a switch here. Hachimura, the pass to Vanderbilt. Outside Milton. So, Clark, you think the winner of the NBA Cup should be guaranteed an automatic playoff bid?
Man, that's interesting. I think it could make for a more competitive tournament. So if that would be the outcome, then I would be all for it. But what happens if the tournament winner is the #1 seed at the end of the season? I think you'd have to find alternative incentives then, B.A.
On the court for the Bulls. Williams is out there with Mitchell Robinson. Then there's Kevin Huerter. Then there's DeSumo. And the free throw, no good. The Lakers shooting at 45% of the game so far. Baseline try. And that one's good. James has got 24 points.
The mid-range jumper has really been a vital part of LeBron's game in the second half of his career.
Pass to DeSumo. Outside Huerter. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Williams from long range. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. A little over a minute of the fourth quarter gone now. For 3, James. Williams grabs the board.
Defense better watch out. They better be alert because this guy can make threes, as we saw in the first half.
Pass to Huerter. Lets it go from deep. Hits the three-pointer.
And the defense is really allowing them too much room on the perimeter.
And here's Milton. He'll bring it up for the Lakers. And Grant, while we want the officials to get it right, I'm sure the league would like to shorten that time officials are at the table.
Tell me about it. You wonder if a time limit should be instituted. If they can't figure it out after a minute or so, just go with how it was called on the floor.
Here's Goodwin. Misses the 3. For Chicago, they've gone 2 of 5 from the field in this final quarter. Oh, from deep. Rebounded by the Lakers. Vanderbilt's got his 5th rebound in this one. Here's Goodwin. Herder defending. Goodwin passes to Milton. Fires from deep. He can't get it to go. Chicago has gone only 1 of 4 from the perimeter here in this fourth quarter. Out to the right wing. Pass to Herder. The three. Sinks the tray. Herder's got 6 here in the quarter.
Hey, I'm stating the obvious here, but he was very comfortable taking that shot. Not a defender in sight.
Milton passes to Hachimura. Back to Milton. And here's Vanderbilt. James inside. And that one's good. James has got 28 points for the game.
Seems like he can't miss right now, guys. I mean, completely in the zone this quarter.
Outside, Williams. Pass to Herder. Sumu outside. Williams with it. Three-pointer. Here's Robinson. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
That'll drive your coach crazy, failing to box out. Ugh.
Those are free points you're giving away. You got to work harder on the glass.
Hachimura finds Vanderbilt. Here's Goodwin. Vanderbilt, a screen on Herder. And Mitchell Robinson picks up the foul. That's his first foul. And you see player training methods, Grant, a lot more than just running and getting shots up.
And you know, B.A., what interests me, players not just training their bodies better than ever, but also their minds. They're working on hand-eye coordination drills and just all kinds of stuff to enhance their reflexes.
Hayes is checked in for Hachimura.
Rising to the challenge. He's given them everything he's got.
Outside Herder. Back to Jones. To the paint. James with a steal. And it's the Lakers on the break. Tipped away. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Milton. And now a look at the upcoming schedule for the Los Angeles Lakers. On Monday, they'll begin a road trip starting in Orlando, going up against the Magic. And then on Wednesday, they'll go up against the Pacers in Indiana.
The funny thing is, a lot of teams dread having to go out on the road. But for these guys, it actually gives them an extra.
And got it! Another basket!
Once again, he's hit the 40-point mark as he has been nothing short of stellar all season long.
And now he has moved into third all-time for most 40-point games in a single season.
Well, Jordan did it an incredible 37 times back in 1987, but that mark has been passed. What a special year this guy's had.
Here's Reeves. And he wills that one in, sinking it right through the back of the iron.
I love when Reeves has the ball in his hands. He's crafty, and he always seems to make things happen.
Jones finds Williams. Outside Jones. To the middle. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. 43 points in the game.
They're not messing around. 5 of their last 6 buckets have come from the interior.
Hachimura outside. Back to Doncic. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Vucevic has got 4 rebounds now. To the inside. Perfect pass to set up the lay-in.
Absolutely ruthless. He's not about to start showing mercy now.
Guys, when you're this hot, it's elementary. Let it fly. Keep staying at it.
Reeves with the ball. Hachimura with a screen on Herder. It's Reeves with the drive. Misses from close range. The Bulls have gotten 7 of 12 shots to drop in this fourth quarter. Outside Herder. To the wing, right side. Launches a 3, hits the trifecta.
Woo! That man is laser focused. Now, that's bad defense for a team that has a long way to go to catch up.
They look pretty demoralized to me, and that always shows through at the defensive end first.
Pass to connect. Doncic outside. To win the run. Chicago grabs the miss. Now here's Jones from outside the arc. Hachimura with a rebound. Here's Connect. And a missed layup. And here is Williams. Inside. Now Jones. Williams a screen on Doncic. Back to Jones. Down low. Another one goes. Incredible.
My goodness. 50 for the game.
Just putting on a show. Pass to Connect. Herder against Reeves to the paint. Out to Hachimura. There's the triple. That one falls. Great setup by Doncic. Doncic has got 7 assists in the game.
The impressive shot from Hachimura, showing why you got to be up on him defensively.
And even from where we're sitting, you could clearly tell it was a foul.
No question about it. I mean, a ton of contact and a good call by the official.
And he knocks down the first one for Chicago. Smith, he's checked in for Vucevic. And Ayo Dosunmu subbed in for Herder. Well, last season we saw Luka Doncic score 73 points, tied for 4th most in NBA history, Club.
BA, he is so special, and the thing about the 73 he got, it was the most efficient 70-point game in league history. And with how offense-heavy the league is going, I wouldn't put it past him to go north of Kobe Bryant's mark of 81 at some point. He's got that kind of ability.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
And you know that's how it goes with him. I mean, his hot streaks, guys, don't last minutes. They last days.
Lets the three fly, and the three-pointer goes.
Man, he's got a lot of firepower right now. I mean, what a half he's having.
Well, the scoreboard tells you everything you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the Bulls.
And everything seemed to go their way today. They were firing on all cylinders, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., this was the kind of performance you relish as a player. Just a very impressive win.
And it's been a phenomenal year for them. They play with so much confidence night in, night out. This notches another huge win, 65 in total.
And they meet just twice, so taking the first meeting means a lot to this team.
When it is just a 2-game season series, the team winning game 1 has that slight mental edge going into the second meeting, knowing they've already solved their opponent one time and only have to do it one more time.
Herder's checked in for Chicago.
And James considered a franchise talent without question. This guy is the complete package.
Drills it from deep.
This is what winning is all about. Playing your best when it matters most.
Yeah, you know, once they got victory in their view, a huge injection of energy and a great run to finish it off.
Screen by James. And here's Reeves outside. They grab their own miss. And so here is Chicago. Herder passes to Smith. Inside. And another one!
I mean, just a magnificent showing for him offensively. Buckets coming in rapid succession.
And get this, he's now tied for 3rd most 60-point games in league history.
You know, if Luka wants the three-point shot, he just takes it. No hesitation.
2-second difference between shot and game clock. .11 seconds left in the 4th. Dosunmu outside. Let's go with a 3. Unable to get that one. So it's the Bulls winning this one easily. To walk into enemy territory and deliver a performance like that says a lot about this squad.
They really came in looking confident and didn't let anything shake them. This is what a dominant team looks like.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Clark Kellogg, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson. We'll see you next time.
game will be.
Okay then, that's how we stand on business. Okay then, that's how we stand on business.
Good job, MP. I see you. Man, the air really is thinner up here. Hope you've been right.
These are the games you have to win to be taken seriously.
If you're still interested in coming to future Nuggets games, you're in luck. Please visit the nearest ticket booth or go to our website for available tickets. And don't forget, fans, during the next Nuggets game, we'll be doing a special
And the players going through their game preparation, making sure they're fully warmed up for the tip. 2K Sports presents the NBA. Monday Night Basketball is coming right up. Alongside Greg Anthony and Stan Van Gundy, this is Kevin Harlan. David Aldridge will be joining us from the sideline. Now that we have a second, let's take a quick peek at the rebounding numbers for the last handful of seasons for Nikola Vucevic.
We've seen him regress as a rebounder these past few seasons. His numbers have come down in that department, and I'd like to see him concentrate on bringing them back up. I'm sure the team would as well. You can never have enough rebounds.
Now let's take a look at the Bulls' opening lineup. The guard set is Giddey and White. Robinson is out there with Vucevic. And for the Nuggets, the 4 and the 5, it's Gordon and Jokic. In at the guard spots, it's Murray and Brown. And it's Watson in at the 3. Stan coming right down to it. Finish line is in sight. The playoffs are within sight. The warmer weather, I think, signals that the playoffs are right around the corner.
Yeah, Kevin, that's exactly right. And neither team here needs any extra motivation in this one. You want as high a seed as possible in the postseason. You want as many of these crucial games to be played in your own building.
Now, here's Watson. Pass to Jokic. 4 on the clock. Wide open look here for Murray. That 3 off the mark. Outside, White. Inside. Jokic grabs the miss. And it's Watson with the ball for the Denver Nuggets. Victory eluded them last time in Chicago when they faced the Bulls.
And it's going to come down to effort tonight. Last time they met each other, they were demolished on the boards, and that rebounding difference led to a sizable loss.
Yeah, it wasn't their finest hour or finest 2 hours. It has to be a matter of pride for them this time.
And so Murray nails both of them. You know, Coach, guys who are really productive, like Jamal Murray, often have turnover issues. But you know what? He really doesn't struggle with that.
No, he doesn't, and that's one of the great things about him, Kevin. He can be that aggressive but stay under control and take care of the ball. Always poised, nothing seems to bother him.
That's an added quality that you don't see with a lot of guys who shoot and score as much as he does. Now, here's Watson. A look at his stats. He averages a bit over 8 points a game. On the wing, Gordon. He can't get that one. Great D that time from Vucevic. For the 3, White, good.
Laser focus from White. The moment that pass was headed to him, he was ready.
Outside Gordon. To the paint. Here's Watson. And Watson slams it in.
And guys, he saw his chance to earn a little camera time there and took it.
Rocking the rim with some major force.
I mean, the defense basically gave that one to him.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Now, here's Jokic. 26 points for him last game against Houston. Great D that time from Vucevic. Chicago's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. White with it. Watson's there. Vucevic a screen on Murray. To the inside. That's in. He's got 2 made now, and he's shooting 2 for 3.
Well, all of us coaches, we love when you can create looks in close.
Pass to Watson. Outside Gordon. Fires the 3. And it's White with the rebound.
Yeah, slow start for them offensively. 1 for 5. They need to be more patient and find a better look.
And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. And Giddey gets it to go.
The ball movement on this run has been fantastic and is a big part of why they've been able to get these good looks.
And here's Jokic. And he's currently averaging more than 26 points a game. Such a force. Shoots over Vucevic. Watson for 3. It's good from long range. Watson's got 5 now.
The passing ability of Jokic, the way he sees the floor, it's off the charts.
And the basket is good.
And a nice job here early of establishing an inside presence.
On the wing, Murray. Giddey defending. Gordon the pass to Brown. Shoots the 3. Vucevic with the rebound. Chicago leading by 5. Over in the corner, White. No good on the triple. For Denver, they've gone just 2 of 7 so far. A little bit of a slow start for them. From 11 feet away, Watson's shot is off.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Great look, just couldn't finish.
Took him no time at all on that one. White's got his second bucket of the night.
Oh, this is the kind of start they were hoping for.
Outside Gordon. Pass to Brown. Here's Murray. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Well, every defense gives extra attention to Murray, but they still have trouble keeping him under control.
When it's all said and done, Jokic, Greg, is going to be the Nuggets' career leader in many categories.
And he's already their franchise leader in rebounds, assists, triple-doubles, and playoff points, and many other advanced stats as well.
Here's Brown. Following the three-point basket by Chicago.
Well, he certainly had trouble finding the mark this quarter.
It's White on the wing. There's the 3. Another 3 for Chicago.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the triple. 4 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Watson's shot is off.
I didn't see that miss coming. I mean, he's usually been money from that range.
And it's Giddey in the corner. Here's White. And that comes off the assist by Giddey. White's got 15 points.
12 straight points off of 3-pointers, and the D looks shell-shocked.
Gordon with it. An 11-point game for him in the win against the Rockets in Houston. Jokic sets the screen for Gordon. The Nuggets with another miss.
Well, he wants to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but the struggles continue.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't want him forcing things. It's better to get your shots within the flow of the offense.
Now, here's Watson. He's got 5. Murray right side. Pass to Brown. Jokic with it. They need this. Rebounded by Vucevic.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
Here's White to the middle. He made that one. Basket number 3 for him. He's also missed 2.
And what a way to start this game, dominating at both ends of the floor.
Obviously, guys, brilliant coaching, a perfect game plan.
And it's Michael Malone calling timeout here. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guy. Chicago making some changes. Zach Collins checked in for Vucevic. Smith comes in for Robinson. And Jones subbed in for Josh Giddey. Here's Najee. He picked up 12 points in their last win against the Rockets in Houston.
Well, you can't say enough about what he did on defense. 3 blocks and made those shooters very uncomfortable.
Pass to Westbrook. Drives to the hoop. Up and in on the layup.
And the explosiveness, incredible. I mean, Westbrook just taking off like a rocket towards the rim on these drives.
Now here's Jones. 14 points from him the last game against the Lakers. And that one drops for him. He's got 8.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today? Ending with a basket, coming off a pretty pass.
On the wing, Murray. Defended by Jones. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Jordan. One of the standout performers recently. We have a chance now to recognize the Eastern Conference Player of the Week.
And you just look at the point totals that he has posted up during that time frame. Just some unreal numbers. Hard to argue with him as the pick when he is just putting up huge stats on offense and carrying this team with his scoring ability.
Osumu, he's checked in for White. Down low.
2 minutes remaining.
Junchard grabs the miss.
A team's rebounding is a great measure of its energy, and theirs has been terrific here in the first quarter.
Pulls it from 20. That's good on the jump shot. Murray's got 6 points.
Yeah, that time Murray called his own number, and it paid off for him.
And Greg, something that is so important to this team, Jamal Murray's shot creation.
It is, Kevin. He creates so much with the ball or off of it. The work he puts in on offense frees up everything for his teammates. Great competitor who's really a perfect fit with this core.
Now here's Westbrook. He's been a factor in their offense on most nights with his scoring average of nearly 16 points a game.
Westbrook has an exceptional talent for creating for his guys. He sets them up, and boy, they are knocking them down.
Here's Dosunmu. Hasn't made one yet. Smith with a screen on Murray. Here's Jones. And the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
They're getting on a roll inside. Their last 3 field goals have come from the paint.
And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Chicago.
Well, the thing about hitting early threes, it spaces the floor and makes things a lot easier offensively.
And on top of that, they've been asserting themselves offensively, getting a good chunk of their points from inside.
The Bulls leading by 15. Over in the corner, Dosunmu. Some nice ball movement here by the Bulls. From deep. Rebound by the Nuggets. Coming into this having notched a win against the Rockets in their last game.
And really showed their depth when they needed it most. On the road, having to manufacture points.
And those are the games you need as a squad. Proving to yourself you can go win in a hostile environment.
Now, here's Jokic. And Jokic throws it down.
Oh, why, thank you very much.
He can really fly, and you combine that, Greg, with some nice penetration, too, and you've got 2 points. And so it's Chicago, looking at a 13-point lead heading into the next quarter. And more than anything, their 3-point shooting is what sparked a fantastic night from long range so far. We come back right after this. And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And a comfortable margin for the Bulls here, guys.
Just stretching out the floor in that first. They had the defense scrambling.
Yeah, and when you're hitting threes early, that opens up the floor and really helps your offense.
They've got Nikola Jokic, and it's Westbrook in at the 2 spot. That's the group for Denver getting going here in the second.
Solid rebound there, and with the score like it is, that's an area where they can't afford to get lazy.
Fires for 3. And Jokic with the rebound. Jokic just got his 5th rebound in this one. The kick out to Westbrook. Jacks up a 3. His second shot goes in, off to a good start, 2 for 2.
And this is big. I mean, when Westbrook is connecting from deep, it just opens everything else up for his offense.
Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Pass to Jokic. Here's Tyson. A 3-pointer off the mark. We're closing in on 2 minutes played here in the second quarter. Tries a 3. A 3-pointer is right on target. 14 points for him. The Nuggets trail by 16. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thank you, Kevin. Nikola Jokic may not be the most physically gifted, but there's an old saying in basketball, you're as fast as you can anticipate. LeBron James says he sees plays before they happen. A lot of people don't understand it, but I do. He's special. Kevin?
You know, his mind for the game is just on another level. We appreciate that report. Nuggets have gone 2 of 4 shooting the ball here in the second. Pass to Tyson. Outside Westbrook. Here's Najee. Out to the wing. Here's Tyson. Misses the 3.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in their favor, and it's all adding up.
Hey, Coach, one area the Bulls can struggle with, defending the outside shot.
Yeah, Kevin, they've been very poor the last few seasons on that front. Not closing out, missing assignments. It's strange because they were once elite in that regard under Duncan.
Here's Westbrook, and that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle, and 2 shots coming up. It's going to go on Dosunmu.
And one thing about Westbrook, he does not have a quiet presence. You know he's out there at every moment, and his production speaks volumes.
It's his first trip to the line. That free throw, no good. You know, Stan, we hear all the time about after timeout plays. About how many of those do teams really have at their disposal?
Well, you certainly have to have a few, Kevin. Coaches vary in their philosophy. Some coaches will draw them up on the fly. I was one, like a lot of guys, who wanted to have things that we've worked on that then we could go to. But that just depends on who you've got, how smart your guys are, how quickly they pick things up.
A 3 ball. Another 3 for Chicago.
And you can tell he's looking for his shot. He just believes in it.
Well, yeah, and the defense is going to have to respond to that and chase him off the arc.
Vucevic against Jokic. What's great about Jokic, GA, is he can put up MVP numbers, and he's got a little personality to him, doesn't he?
He does. You can tell he just loves life. He loves everything he does, especially when he's on the floor, making his teammates better.
And the first one at the line is good. The amazing Nikola Jokic, Stan. How fun is this guy for us to watch every time we do a game?
Yeah, he's such an interesting guy, Kevin. He's got so many skills, and he's led the league in touches, but he's near the bottom in how long the ball sticks in his hand, constantly making quick decisions and passes. This guy is really like watching the best we've ever seen.
I would agree. And what a quality to know where to go with the ball when the pressure arrives. Here's White. And they call the foul, so he's got the and one chance here to make it a three-point play.
Yeah, you can see White's confidence continue to grow on shots like these. Just sticking it to the defense.
Denver making a switch here. Chanjar's checked in. And that one falls for White. And the Denver Nuggets, led by multi-time MVP Nikola Jokic. And they've done a tremendous job surrounding him with the right kind of people.
They certainly have, Kevin. But one caveat here. You can surround Nikola Jokic with any player, Kevin. And he will figure out their strengths and get them the ball where they need to have it. This guy makes everyone better.
So you think we're not giving enough attention maybe to what he thinks upstairs, how he sees the game?
He sees the game, Kevin, as well as anyone who's ever played it, and he directs traffic out there. He is a true point center.
Good ball movement here by the Bulls. The shot will not fall. The Nuggets trail by 17. Here's Brown. Misses from close range. And here's White. He'll bring it up for Chicago. Pass to Robinson. This one for three. White, good. White's got 6 in the quarter.
He's been reliable from the floor, and that's reflected on the scoreboard.
Outside Gordon. Three-pointer. Chicago grabs the miss. Vucevic has got 4 rebounds in this game. Trying his luck from deep. Another 3 for Chicago.
3 points.
Denver's gone 2 for 5 from three-point land since the end of the first. Back to Westbrook. Pass to Chanjar. Right wing. Jokic against Vucevic. They get it back. Here's Chanjar. For 3. Rebounded by Vucevic. Vucevic has got rebound number 5 here tonight. To the right side. Now Giddey. He averages more than 12 points a game. That's some dependable production. 6 on the shot clock. He doesn't usually fire from out there. 26 points for him.
Defensively, they just look out of sync, not closing out on the threes in time.
Time call here. The Nuggets decide to talk it over. playoffs near, let's take a look at the Western Conference standings. Taking a look at Denver. They've done well enough to be in 5th place in the conference so far.
And you know, for the Nuggets, they haven't been the dominant force lately that we've kind of come to expect. They're still going to be a factor, though, in the postseason.
Pass to Gordon. Murray outside. To the middle. Watson kicks to Gordon. Out to the right wing. Here's Brown. Here's Jordan. And here's Watson. And another miss by Denver.
Well, that's a shot the defense felt like they could live with, and it worked out for them that time.
Here's White. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. The Nuggets shooting terribly up to this point, just 30%. Some ramshackle offense play there. Inside. Here's Brown. Takes it off the glass. Brown's got his first points of the game.
And that's what the pump fake's there for. Get your man off his feet and drive right around him.
Pass to White. Here's Giddey. Lets the three fly. Good on the triple. Giddey's got 6.
The defense is far too slow to close out on those three-point attempts.
Outside Gordon. Here's Murray. He had an 18-point outing in their last game against the Rockets in Houston.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the scoring. He had a bunch of assists, too, affecting the offense in so many ways.
To the inside. And Brown pulls it down. Here's Denver now. Murray, the pass to Jordan.
2 minutes remaining.
Here's Brown.
2 minutes.
He had a 12-point outing in their last game against the Rockets in Houston.
And he did a ton of damage from the line. Assertive play and consistent free throw shooting can be a huge difference maker.
Three-pointer on the way. And the Bulls, another 3.
Yeah, that's 2 straight three-pointers they've allowed.
Now here's Murray. 9 points in the game so far. To the paint. Brown's shot is off. Smooth sailing for Chicago. Pass to Robinson. Now here's Giddey. On the wing, Giddey. And it's off from three-point range. Denver shooting a cool 28% in the second quarter.
Well, when Murray is passing the ball to his teammates, they are at their best.
Here's Vucevic. He's defended by Jordan. From outside the arc, DeAndre Jordan grabs the miss. Jordan's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Jordan finds Murray. Denver passing it around. Watson, the pass to Gordon. Here's Murray. Another field goal for him. 4 for 6 shooting tonight.
Well, they're behind, but it's certainly not because of him. He's doing everything he can. He just needs more help from his teammates.
Puts up a 3. Hits it from three-point range. He's got 32.
Out of their last 5 makes, how about all 5 from long range?
He can't hit that time. A dominating first half of basketball, and so far hasn't been close. Bulls ahead, opening up a huge gap. And we'll get going after this from Ball Arena.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll, please. They're thinking about a shot.
Welcome to...
Space is harder to come out with Porter Jr. out. Defenses can sync up big and clog up the paint. He's the kind of guy you can definitely feel his absence.
And it creates a ripple effect across the rest of that offense. Let's move on now to that first half we were watching. A brutal game so far for the Nuggets.
Their perimeter.
Thanks for joining us. Now let's...
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. And on the floor for Billy Donovan as we get into the second half. The guard set is Giddey and White. Vucevic is out there with Robinson. Releases. White, good. White's got the first points to start out the third quarter for the Bulls.
Well, we've really seen White raise his game as a scorer. He can be relentless at times, like right now.
And there's the call. It's going to be an illegal screen. And let's check out a breakdown looking at some of the stats for him.
And guys, how about the surge of offense he's experiencing right now? These last 5 games, he's been a machine at the offensive end. A different scorer than he had been earlier in the season. We'll find out if he can keep it going here tonight.
Can't get it to fall.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
There's no airspace there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Hey, Kevin, it's a cliche, but the Nuggets certainly have strong values. Coach Michael Malone says open and honest conversation. That's the best way to have a real team. We talk about family a lot in our locker room. Families don't always get along, but they have to communicate. All the guys that are willing to speak up, that's invaluable. Kevin?
Can't put a price on it, David. Thank you. And staying a positive for the Bulls over the last couple seasons. They've really done a good job of taking care of the ball.
Yeah, Kevin, that's been an emphasis for them. You don't want to beat yourself. So you look up and down the roster, it's a pretty disciplined group. But it's also the kind of thing that can change from year to year.
And there it is for him.
Well, sharp interior passing is so important. The best way to create high percentage buckets.
Murray, the pass to Jokic. Floats one. And he lays it up and in. Jokic has got 6.
They're doing work here in the second half. 3 or 4 to start.
At the elbow, Vucevic lets it go. And he can't bank that one in. The Nuggets have gone 3 or 4 so far in the third quarter from the field. Pretty good start to the half. Gordon, the pass to Brown. And here's Watson. 5 points in the game. Here's Brown. Rebound by the Bulls. Vucevic has got rebound number 7 for him tonight. And it's Jokic missing.
Just not much success when it comes to shooting.
Inside. Out to White. Great pass to set up the lay-in. He's got 36.
Yeah, that's a great find by White. He's such a clever and deceptive combo guard.
Pass to Brown. And here's Watson. And Vucevic pulls it down. Vucevic has got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. To the middle. White trying to get open. And he banks in the layup.
That's their 3rd straight make off an assist.
And so it's Murray with it. He brings it up for the Denver Nuggets. Pass to Watson. Outside Gordon. Good ball movement here by the Nuggets. Murray, no good. The Bulls have gotten 5 of 8 shots to fall for them in the third quarter. A nice 62% for the field. Denver's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Watson for 3. The Nuggets with another miss.
Well, his shot selection's been poor. If I were coaching this team, he'd be sitting next to me.
White, good.
Yeah, the chemistry has been terrific. Really impressed with their offensive execution.
They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Murray down low. Giddy defending. You coach Stan at various levels for 30 years. How has the transition been to the broadcasting business?
Well, Kevin, it's been great because of people like you and because I'm undefeated.
Right. But you miss the aftermath when there's at least a score sheet. There's a scorecard that's says win or loss.
I do miss that. There's no question. I miss the competition. I miss the camaraderie of building toward a result. But I've started to get some of that in broadcasting as I've gotten to know my partners better.
Well, it's great being your partner.
Likewise.
Can't hit from in close. The Nuggets have gone a lackluster 3 of 9 from the field since halftime. Pass to Jokic. Outside Gordon. Here's Jokic. And here's Westbrook. Light covering. Denver needs to get off his shot. Murray for 3. Chicago grabs the miss.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Right side Jones. Outside Williams. The Bulls need to get a shot off here. From deep. And the basket by Jones. Jones has got 6 points.
What a great sign for this team. Jones shooting it with conviction.
Gordon the pass to Brown. And it is flushed down with a nice jam.
That's just a great pass. Excellent vision to see the open spot in the defense and lead him to the score.
To the inside. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation. Let's go to the 2K leaderboard to see which teams have the most buckets in transition since the All-Star break. Number 1, the Bulls. The Nuggets 3rd.
I like the strategy for both clubs. I mean, they're really turning up the heat as far as pace of play here. the second half of the season.
The Bulls making a switch here. Herter's checked in. Westbrook kicks to Murray. Westbrook with a screen for Murray. From outside, off the mark. For Chicago, they've gone 7 of 12. From the floor since coming out of the break. On the wing, Williams fires the three. Denver grabs the miss. Jokic has got 11 rebounds in the game. Here's Westbrook. It's rebounded by Herter. Well, Chicago's gone into the three-point range 4 times since halftime and buried 2 of them. From deep, Williams sinks the triple.
And those aren't the type of three-point opportunities that you can allow in the NBA.
Pass to Brown. From 7, the shot comes out. Bulls have gone 8 of 14 on their shot attempts here in the third. Some pretty nice work on the basket by Jones.
And they have been relentless from deep. And you see the defense trying to react, but to no avail.
Look, when the three is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
And the 3 ball is good. Gordon's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball.
Yeah, and when you're hit, you gotta hit back.
A bit of a duel going on between them. Came down the floor looking for immediate payback.
Ever since halftime, they've played precision basketball on the offensive end.
Well, the coaching staff made some adjustments for the second half, and they've come out with focus and execution.
Gordon with no one around. Another 3 for Denver.
Well, he's not an elite three-point shooter, but Gordon makes just enough threes to be a threat from out there.
And really, Coach Van Gundy, the acquisition of Aaron Gordon for the Nuggets was one of the things that elevated them to the championship caliber team that we saw.
Yeah, Kevin, he was sort of the missing piece. He's a great fit in the front court alongside of Jokic. His athleticism, his defense, his ability to score inside have really made them a great tandem.
And what about his ability, Stan, to fit in right off the bat and make a difference?
You know, just about anybody can fit in playing with Jokic, Kevin. He makes the game easy.
Well said. And here's Herter outside. And Brown pulls it down. Brown's got his 4th rebound in this one. Misses the baby hook.
And with the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in the driver's seat.
Buries it from three-point range.
Well, it's a work in progress from outside the arc. Good to see Jones knocking it down there.
Pass to Murray. Basket made. That gives him 7 field goals in 13 tries.
And boy, he's really in a groove. Dominant performance last game. Same thing this time out.
Yeah, for sure. He is just oozing confidence. Thinks every shot is going in. They should just keep running sets for him.
Some nice ball movement by the Bulls. Misses the layup. Denver's gone 3 of 7 from three-point range here in quarter number 3. And that one's good. Westbrook.
And if anything, Westbrook gets more aggressive against contact inside. He doubles his effort level in response.
He gets it in there. And he has 42.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
No question, he got bumped on that shot.
He'll take his 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the game right here.
At the line for 2, Nikola Jokic.
The first one falls, so it's both teams making substitutions here. And Jokic drops them both. And so it's Chicago out there all by themselves with a 32-point lead to end the quarter. The scoring has been tremendous, and they are shooting lights out with very high accuracy. We'll return shortly. Now let's hear what head coach Billy Donovan was reviewing with his team in the hump.
Guys, good job hitting ahead. That means we're running.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. We've got Russell Westbrook, and it's Jokic in at the 5, down low. That's the group in the game for the Nuggets. Here's Westbrook. Chicago grabs the miss.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in crafting this huge lead.
Count it, good.
Jones is a dependable floor general, someone you can trust to facilitate an offense and find his guys.
Westbrook with it. something we're used to seeing here in the NBA, Coach. Retired players being critical of the younger generation. What's your assessment?
I think it's unfortunate, Kevin. I really do. I think the approach should more be from the retired players. They should have an appreciation of what they built and really enjoy the accomplishments of the current players. And then on the other hand, the current players need to look back and respect the foundation that those former players built for them.
Here's Pickett to the right side. Jokic inside. He's against Smith. 6 to shoot. Smith against Jokic. The shot, no good. Smith with the defensive effort. And it's Jones with the ball for the Chicago Bulls. A great fourth quarter, just giving up 2 points. Pickett passes to Najee. A great 1-2 punch. Beautiful pass and nasty jam.
And he might be small for a center, but boy, can he jump out of the building.
Jokic with the steal. Outside Westbrook. Pass to Jokic. Here's Pickett. The three. No good. Hey, Stan, we've exported so much corporate basketball knowledge overseas. Remember when Fratello and you and your brother Jeff would go over there and have these clinics and teach the coaches the game? And they've taken that knowledge, clearly, and run with it.
No, I think that definitely happened when those guys went over. I think now it's sort of going the other way in large part. I know that all of us in the league now study what the great coaches in Europe are doing, and there's a lot of them, and the game is different, but they incorporate a lot of different concepts. I don't know a staff in the league that isn't spending a lot of time studying in the international game.
Jokic against Smith. Now, here's Jokic. D right on him. Rebound by Smith.